and verify quorum. Vice President Haskell, Board Member or Secretary Wells,
Here.
Board Member George,
Here.
Board Member Montoya, and I am here, so there's a 3 to make quorum. And I'll ask. Okay. Vice President Haskell, roll call.
I'm here.
Okay, so there's 4 board members. And we're on to item B, Pledge of Allegiance. Could I have one of our young folks, Vicky, your son, do the Pledge of Allegiance for us, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We're on to item C. Mr. Bigman, can we get a prayer? You can come up to the podium.
All right, I want to thank you, Creator, for bringing us together today. So go ahead and bow your heads and go ahead and start this prayer. Thank you, Creator, for bringing us together today. Bless everybody that's here in attendance for safe travel, and bless the leaders here that come together for the interests of our community and our schools. Let them think clearly with good thoughts and provide us a good direction for the future of our community and for the schools. Also bless the superintendent with the same wisdom, knowledge, so that way you may grant some good insight for helping to build our communities and strengthening public education for our students. Continue to provide protection over each and every one of us throughout the district and also the county and on the Navajo Nation. And continue to watch over us, provide us with good things and good nourishment, not only with our mind, body, and health, but also our spirit. And continue to be a good, provide a good path for the school, the district, the leaders, and all our students. Hajronas clean, Hajronas clean, Hajronas clean, Hajronas clean.
Thank you. We're on item D, agenda review. Board members, review the agenda, please. Okay, board members, any modifications, amendments? Vice President Haskell?
Can we add a quick report from Jermaine Chappelle regarding the LFC meeting today? Thank you.
Only if she does it as comments.
Ms. Chappelle, would you be able to do it as comments? Thank you.
She's not online. Ms. Chappelle's not online.
Okay, we'll have to get a hold of her and ask. All right, thank you.
Okay, so we'll do a roll call. We're on item E, to approve the agenda as is. Vice President Haskell? Or can I have a motion, please?
Madam
I'll
Chairman,
motion.
Okay, Secretary Wells, motion. I need a second.
I second.
Okay, we'll vote. Vice President Haskell?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
yes, I approve.
Board Member George?
Yes.
And still no Montoya? Okay. And I say yes. Okay. We'll go on to item 2, comments from the audience. And our first person is Greg Bigman. Jared, can we move the podium this way a little bit more? Since we have nobody over here. Thank you.
Thank you, President, members of the board, and the community members. I feel like a board member. Wanted to provide some information to the community and the board and CCSD on Friday, August 25th from 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock. We are going to be doing a parent summit over at the Phil Thomas Center. And the topics will include Yazi Martinez, parental rights, new legislations, student mental health, student safety, and listening panel. So the goal here is to really help advocate in the community, because having good schools is really about building a community. And so that's what we want to advocate, is about the parental involvement within the school system. So that's what I'm here to announce today. So thank you.
Can you go over those dates again, please?
It is on Friday, August 25th. And the time will be from 8:30 to 4 o'clock.
Where?
And at the Phil Thomas Center. So we attended the safety summit, and we really liked the information that was provided. So we wanted to do something that was orientated more towards parents as opposed to administrators. So this was the purpose of it. We did send out an invitation to board member Gary Montoya, and the reason was because of his background that he's been working on with education. But we also wanted to extend that to CCSD to see if they want to also provide anybody else that would like to be a part of this summit. So we extend that invitation out as well.
Okay,
So
thank you. Thank you. Our next person is Lynlaria Dixon.
Hello, good evening. Yat A. Lynn Larry and Dixon Yanashia. Ashihin Nishle, Topahan Bashishi, Bitatni Dashiche, Tototni Dashinilla. Good evening, board members and superintendent and all his cabinet members as well too, and the community out there along with our students and teachers and the audience that is listening tonight through Zoom or through Facebook. I'm Lynn Larry Dixon. I'm one of the community community organizers in regards to IEI, the Dene Empowerment. So I just want to reiterate what my colleague Greg Bigman said in regards to the parent advocacy that we're hosting on August 25th on Friday. So we would like all the parents and the community members, leaders and stakeholders to attend. There will be some very informational speakers and resources we have pertaining to Yazi Martinez all the way to New Mexico PED in regards to parental rights. There's parental rights, Yazi and Martinez, and one other important topic is internet safety when it comes to our children. So that's another topic, and one of the other discussions we're going to have is like a panel discussion, but we want to hear more from parents in regards to what they want to see changed and other involvements, because right now after COVID had hit our schools drastically, we have parents that are out there concerned about their children's education, and hopefully this will jumpstart some of our parents' interests, and hopefully they can get more involved. And we're going to make that a free event, just like Greg had mentioned, from 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. and it'll come with a free lunch as well too. And we have a guest speaker in regards to our entertainment for lunch, but it'll be a full day, and just as he reiterated, it'll just be more of resources for our parents to attend. And other than that, that's just what I wanted to say. And thank you very much for helping our students in regards to everything that has happened in education and for their safety and well-being. And of course, one of the other discussion will be in regards to mental health and mental awareness as well too, because that's one of the topics that is not really covered by, and I know a lot of parents are trying to seek that information as well too. So it's more informational for the parents and community, and if the children want to come too as well, they're more than welcome to come. So it is a free event at the at the Performing Arts Center in Shiprock, New Mexico. Yeah. And we'll have online registration as well too. So if you want to attend in person or via technology, I know some of us kind of have a hard time of attending things like that, but we'll have that information out shortly as well.
Ms. Chappelle, is Ms. Chappelle on yet? Yeah, but I need a question. Ms. Chappelle?
I think she's getting.
Okay, I'm not. So I just wanted to say with the two commenters earlier, this is, I don't want to say, I'm trying to pick the right words to say without, she is? Okay. Ms. Chappelle?
But the event for the 25th is not CCSD, and that's Dene Empowerment is a grant-funded committee, and I just wanted to make clear with that, and not that they're bad, not that, because we had Miss Betty O.J. and Mr. Greg Bigman attend the safety summit, and I don't know if you did, Ms. Dixon, but they know the message, they know the content of what the safety summit was about, and but I do want to make that clear. It's not a CCSD event, but I'm really really happy that this has started something new, and that I don't think there's enough time, and that we can address some of those things, and I'm glad that we're getting help in those areas, but I just wanted to make that clear, so thank you. And we'll go on to commenter number 3, Stephanie John.
Yat Shea Stephanie John Yinishka. Glash Chi at Nishlon Ozet Touchy Ni Bashashin. Ashin Dashache and Sesakati Dashanella. The Glabatro Dishagan. And I'm a Northern Agency school board member for the Northern Agency. So thank you guys for all coming. And my concern today was, it was just a last minute thing, but I wanted to address to the Christina and Steve and the others that are here on where are we going with ESS with this company. And the reason I'm asking is I would like you guys to consider taking this back to our community to employ our substitute teachers. And the reasons are, we don't really have HR to listen to our concerns because this company is out east. And then our checks are coming in 3 weeks, 4 weeks, almost a month later, because it's a third party that we're having to deal with. And when we do call with concerns, we never get our messages back. So we need local support, not from out east where ESS is, the company's at. So I know there's a lot of us that work in Shiprock in all of the districts. So I hear about it, and it's just a concern. And then I think my daughter wants to address also the concerns at Shiprock High School as a parent, as a student. So that's about 3 or 4 years now, and it's hot. Like today was 103, so the kids are going back to school the 2nd of August. And we're going on our 4th year probably, and maintenance, nothing has not, even the principals are saying nothing's getting done. We've got kids in the wintertime that are rolled up. They're not learning. They have blankets. They're rolled up in the rooms. And then in the summertime, the teachers even said it. I think, Mr. Carlson, you came out when I addressed it, like 15 minutes you were there. But nothing, it's still the same. The teachers could tell you, the students could tell you, and I could have my daughter here. Come up, she's the next one that's going to comment. She's probably going to be shy, but come on, sweetie. Come on. So you hear it from a student, and I hope something gets done with that. It's been too long. No, students don't even come up, and parents don't even come. I get targeted a lot by staff because of this. So. Go ahead, Georgia. Here. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I remember a little one She's now, she's an accountant in Utah. When she used to talk, I used to cover her eyes and she used to talk behind me. So don't let me do that. Go ahead.
God's Denise Braninisha. Kashinashle Tabaha Bashishing Touching Dashache, Kapachini Dashanale. Sherbrooke High School, the Danish taught Hasnats Ada Chinahai. At the high school, you have to like bring like 5 jackets to stay warm in the winter, and then in the summer it's like really hot. And yeah.
So hearing it from her, so that's what we're experiencing there. So we told Gallagher about it. It's at the math hall. It's on the new addition that they built. We had maintenance come out and it's really bad. And so you guys are really fortunate. When we walk in here, it's nice and cool. I was like, man, the teachers should be,
Not the last meeting.
yeah, but it was fixed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what we're asking of you guys. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Chappelle is our Ms. Chappelle?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, you're in the comment section.
Uh-huh.
And you're talking about LFC today?
Oh, yes. We had a very good LFC meeting today. Arvin Trujillo from Navajo Nation was the first presenter and talked about economic development and all the various things that we're working on. He mentioned our school safety summit and how productive that was and how much of a priority that is. The rest of the days talked about the rail project, the hydrogen hub, and some initiatives on continuing more on the technical education. And we really focused on discussing the Navajo Nation and state partnership. And that was discussed in the context of not only schools, but also legislative and economic development efforts. And with that, I stand for questions. Board
No
President and board
questions.
member. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Just give your report, that's it.
Oh, yes, ma'am, thank you.
And so you're done?
But that's the high level. Tomorrow has some additional conversation on where we are economically. There was quite a bit of conversation today from LFC staff about concern with, moving away from oil and gas and making sure that we have another replacement for those revenue sources. So that is finally being discussed at the legislative level. But all in all, a productive day. And that concludes my my comments for today, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That concludes our comment section, so we'll go on to number 3, Board and Superintendent Report. And item A, Vice President Haskey, do you have a board member report?
I don't have a report at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Secretary Wells?
I do not have any report.
Board Member George?
I do not have a report as well.
And No Montoya yet? Okay. So I have a report, and that's just, we had another, after the big safety summit meeting, we had another meeting that just kind of go over what was the data that was collected during the safety summit, during the breakout sessions, and for myself, I was really, I mentioned that during the safety summit, I was really glad to be in the breakout sessions because there was a whole mixture of different experiences, different titles in our breakout session, and we had a council delegate, we had someone with the educational experience, Miss Betty O.J., and there was just different people, different places, IHS, different schools, and BIE, and so to come together, and then from the SROs, it really helped me look with new eyes. A lot of times I think, and my first assumption is always that that people are just getting a check, that that's all that's important, is just getting paid and then leave, and no heart and soul for our students, our kids. And but I came away with a very different view, and I have to say our SROs are very observant, and a lot of it has to be tough, and so to get to know the students in our district, and after they mention some of the losses that our students are dealing with, from COVID, from their support, their family support, most of them has been wiped out, and so I came away thinking that we have some good people, and I just really think the summit, had I not participated, had I not been a part of it, I was on night shift, came in half asleep, but was able to go through it, and I'm sure glad I did. So that's my report, and then now we're hearing that another entity wants to go from that to get our parents involved. So I mean, I just more and more just good things, good things, and with the student here making, don't ever be afraid, more and more we need to hear from the students, and so I really appreciate that too. So thank you, and we'll go on to superintendent report.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Board President Aspis. Board President Aspis and I agreed that we'd do our best to keep it short. She already did, so I'll try to make sure I do the same myself. This morning I gave a talk to principals, and I said it would only be 10 to 15 minutes, and it was 15 minutes extra. So I'm not going to do that to you all this evening. I just want to say a couple things. As Board President Aspis mentioned, I think we made some really positive improvements during the last school year for our students and communities. So I talked about some of those things this morning with principals, and I kind of want to let you know some of the things I told our principals this morning. Probably the most important goal for us, we do have families and students who have left our district, and that's something that we don't talk about very much, but I think it's very important that we do talk about that, because we want to bring those families and those students back. And we can do that in a few ways. One is to increase the offerings that we have We need to increase the CTE offerings, which is career and technical education, at the middle school and high school levels. We need to make sure that we have more advanced classes and gifted classes for those students who need those classes. Those are some of the students that we're losing to Farmington and other districts. Most important thing we need to do is raise expectations throughout the district. So we're going to use data to assess whether or not our programs and initiatives are working, and whether or not our schools are doing what they should. And that's something we're going to harp on. You'll hear it from central office. And central office will support our schools. I'm going to reiterate that again and again, and I did again this morning. It's a goal I made last year. I don't think we went far enough. I think that sometimes central office still dictates what happens in schools, and that's not the way it's supposed to go. Central office only exists because there's students in our schools. So we're going to make sure that's a really big goal. And the last thing I spent kind of a lot of time talking about was the principal's role as an instructional leader. I want our principals to be out in the buildings. I want them to be in classrooms. I want them to be visible. I want them to be in classrooms on a daily basis, not just every so often, on a daily basis. The best way to ensure, and I think Mr. Deswood said this morning after I did, the best way to ensure teacher improvement is to observe and coach teachers on a regular basis. We have some great teachers at CCSD, but we can do better. Principals can do better, superintendent, assistant superintendent, central office, we can all do better, and we're going to do that. We're going to make that happen. We all need to give our students our best, like Board President Aspis mentioned. So this quick report, that's all I have for this evening. Thank you.
Okay, we're on to item 4, reports. And item A, back to school information for all schools. School start and ending time, school registration, school supplies, by Peter Deswood.
Good evening, Board President Aspis, board members who are also online, Superintendent Carlson, and colleagues, guests as well. Thank you for being here to hear all the information and updates that are going on in the district. So there is a presentation right over here to address the questions that were presented by board members. So again, July 18th. So board report. School start, date and time, school end, date and time, school registration. Principals, welcome back, and this was sent out recently. So if they are, haven't already, parents for school year 22-23, 4Y pre-K students coming up to kindergarten will need to complete a language usage survey form. Online registration is scheduled to start Monday, July 17th. So it started yesterday. there was a mass robo call, email, text blast that was sent out to all of our families. Also, we said, please let secretaries know to expect calls from parents requesting their username and passwords. So those families that are listening, please call your school and get the username and password from your school site. We'll also be hosting an all-day school secretarial training on Monday, July 31st from 7:30 to 4 at the Von Wilson Technical Center. This is kind of for our secretaries to understand how to go through and collect information. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. We have low turnout for new school registration. Please be aware that many may be an influx of parents wanting to enroll their students when the secretaries return. So no student registration is a two-part process. First, parents must submit required documents to establish a student record and parent account in PowerSchool. Second, once the parent account is established, the parent or guardian can complete online registration. If parents do not have access to a computer, laptop, or internet services, please accommodate parents at their school sites. Okay, go ahead and go to the next slide. School supplies, finance department purchased school supplies for all schools. I do remember signing and approving the requisition for these school supplies that were ordered, are in district and are waiting to be distributed to each school. So those are ready to go. We're just waiting to disperse them. Okay, next slide. Oh, that's it. I stand for questions. President Aspis.
Board members, do you have any comments, questions?
Board President Aspis, may I?
Go ahead.
Are you guys going to have the 3-year-olds start school, or is that just specific 3-year-olds who are starting school this year with CCSD?
So that's a good question. I believe I would need to defer that to Ms. Sutherland, since the pre-K are under her department. Ms. Sutherland, are you online?
Good evening, board members, board president, superintendent. To answer Ms. George's question, the 3Y are the students that receive special education support, and so they will be starting. They just start a little later, and it's, I believe, identified in the school calendar. They start a week, I believe, or a week or two later than kindergarten.
I have a question. So on this is the 3-year-olds, the early.
The 3-year-olds that are starting like pre-K, there's specific sites in the district where they can start. One of them is OHO. Let's see, where else? Ms. Sutherland, where are the other sites for the three Ys?
I believe Judy Nelson, OHO, Mesa, Eva B, and Newcomb. And it all depends on the qualification, because they're tested through to the child science. They go through the evaluation process. So some schools, even though they have pre-K, they might not have a 3Y program because there wasn't enough students.
So it's all based on need. For example, when we did FTE review, there, in the I believe it was the early program with oh my gosh, I can't think of the name of the program, but we noticed that they only have 6 or 7 kids in their program, so it depended on the need. That's why Ms. Sutherland said, depending on the need for the number of 3Ys that will pre-enroll. And once that happens, then we can adjust FTEs to match when those, the numbers.
We don't turn away people or students, do we?
No. We just have to shift our teachers around to accommodate where the needs are. So So that's why there's specific designated schools where there's a 3Y or pre-program.
Okay, and as you mentioned, the start times were due to House Bill. Is there anything concerning, as far as the Head Start or the, any new legislative?
So I don't recall anything specifically related to the pre-K program. From what I recall, House Bill 130 is for our kinder, first, second, all the way through 12th grade. That was the 1140 hours because our pre-K students only go a half a day. That's why it doesn't necessarily pertain to those kids, because essentially it comes up to 6.5 hours per day for our students to be in the building being instructed. So the pre-K kids, it wouldn't necessarily it wouldn't be for them.
Okay, so that's for the students' part. What about the instructor or the teacher? Is there any new guidelines legislatively?
Based on House Bill 130, all it was stating is that we need 1,140 instructional hours. Like I said, it ended up being 6.5 hours, depending on the calendar, you know, when we start and when we end. And based on that, actually, the one that really didn't have to make any adjustments was secondary, but elementary was the one, based on the schedules throughout the day, that we had to include 6.5 hours. I believe it went up about 20 minutes, 20 to 25 minutes per day on the calendar. So it did expand elementary to be there. And included in there was you could only use 60 professional development hours. You know how we have early release days? That was one of the reasons why we went back from 4 throughout the year, 4 Fridays, to 2 Fridays, because if we would have went with those 4 Fridays, we would have ended up losing time. That's why we went back to only having 2 early release days throughout the calendar to meet that 60 hour of PD that counts towards the 1,140 hours.
Okay, and I know Dream Dene is a whole total different. Is their school start the same?
From what it sounded like, their calendar matches. They tried to mimic our calendar as much as possible. That way, when announcements go out for weather or anything like that throughout the year, that way it's very similar to CCSD's calendar as well. As far as their, well, that was a mandate statewide with the 1140. So I do not know how their start and end times for Dream Dene.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? No. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Not yet.
No.
I don't. Well,
Okay. It's green.
can you hear her? Can you hear Ms. Asky?
It's green.
Let me switch out.
Okay. Can you hear? Oh, there it is. Okay. Sorry, thank you. What kind of during this registration time? What kind of questions are we providing to the parents? I'm thinking more in line of the McKinney-Vento students. Are we educating all our front office staff in terms of prompting questions and information to extrapolate that so we can capture all McKinney-Vento students, or at least try to capture as many as we can due to their needs?
Yes, ma'am. All of our secretaries district-wide do. We do have a template or pre-registration packet that our families fill out. That is one of the questions on there that is captured, and like it's stated on the presentation, if our students need support, they identify it. I think that's one of our systems that we have that are systemized across the district. And one of the questions is if a student might be homeless, displaced, or I think it was migrant as well. So that's definitely one of the questions on the registration packet.
Okay. I think my concern is the definition. When you say homeless, it gives a different connotation. I think we need to educate our front office staff in terms of what is outlined as McKinney-Vento, because it's not just that. It's really, it could be double bunking, it could be inadequate homes, the homes without running water, electricity, all those things. So I think when we say homeless, the immediate image is actually being homeless on the street, and a lot of our families aren't homeless in that sense. So I think having our front office staff being educated in terms of the criteria of homelessness on in our communities would be helpful to capture that information, because a lot of them do need the extra support.
Yes, ma'am, that is captured. I would kind of just went over the general topic for it. In fact, it came up in principal meeting, principal retreat the last couple of days about at what point would we identify a student as McKinney-Vento. In fact, at my high school, many, being in the high school, once our kids turned 18, many times they were kicked out by their families, or they were couch surfing. So then just gathering information from students and talking with them. In fact, we talk about student intervention teams and SIT teams, and making sure that many of our students do not fall through those cracks, to make sure that we can reclassify those kids. But again, it takes building a relationship as well with those students, so that we know if something might change within their home living situation.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to let you know, because I registered my son, so when you go through that, it like says something, and then in parentheses, it says like, living with no running water or electricity, and then it says living in a car or shelter, so it like breaks it down. So the answer to your question, like, it's there for the parents, and you just go through, there's like, it kind of surprised me when I got on there. I was like, oh my god, I have like everything listed. So it goes there, and then it says like the main thing, and then in parentheses it gives like examples. So, and it's broken down. There's probably like 8 different options. I was like, whoa. So just so you could, I just wanted to let you know that it is there, because I registered him like 2 days ago, and I was like, I just happened to read all the options just for this time as a parent.
Thank you. Thank you.
And, excuse me. Sorry, Jerry. So on the school supplies, I was hoping for a general list of, so for our audience, perhaps, how, what they may need, and just to get a ballpark figure. But I know they come out with a specific, but I was just wanting to see, and then it would be good if we could get a general list, and instead of, because those families that have 3 or 4 children in the district, it'd be good to buy in bulk, and what their school supplies.
Board President Aspis, I can gather a list, return to school shopping. I remember, there's a list for a school, like at Target, there'd be the different schools located there, and then you can purchase some of those. I can get with the principals and then get a list together, and then we can get it to Jared to post it on Facebook, and we can do a little email blast out as well.
And then too, I just want to throw this out there. I went to one of the school districts, and went to they had a bilingual language author that put out a book and was talking about bilingual programs, and so I attended that, and And after that was done, they said, help yourselves, and there was a whole table full of glue and markers and you know, all of that stuff. And here, my daughter and my niece, they work with children, so they took advantage. But it turns out that a lot of that stuff wasn't even any good. The glue was dried up. The markers were dried up. And so I say, I hope we're not storing things like that. And, you know, we need to get rid of them or give them out, not rid of them, but give them out as soon as possible so they don't go to waste. Any other comments, questions, board members?
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
I have no questions.
No question.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, item B, Save the Children donation information developing partnership with Western Sky Community Care by Alfreda Harvey.
Hello, good evening, Board President Asmus and members of the board. Thank you for having me this evening. I appreciate the time. I wanted just to report that we are in receipt of 3 pallets of toys and books, again, from Save the Children organization. So the estimated amount for these donations for this time is $21,000, and our director, Yaha Aguilera, that we are working with from Save the Children, will give us a correct amount as soon as they have it calculated from their organization. This goes along with how we do our report. But I wanted to let you know that we did receive the pallets, and they are going to be delivered to our location for safety net storage, and that should be done by next week. And then we'll forward the correct amount documentation paperwork to you when we receive it. The other report, or the notice I wanted to let you know about, was our developing partnership with Western Skies Community Care. We are working to create a partnership with them, and they are going to share their resources and create the opportunity for our families under McKinney-Vento to apply for their program and services and support that they provide for families all over the state of New Mexico and nationally. So I do have a representative, Mr. James, who can share a little bit more about Western Sky with you. He does understand we are at a time limit. So if Mr. James or Mr. Lujan from Western Sky could speak about a little bit more and share information with you, that would be great.
Thank you, Dr. Harvey. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Board President, also board members. My name is Zane James.
But Mr. James, you're breaking up.
Oh, crap. I don't know if I'm in a bad area. I don't know if, Eric, are you on the line? Do you want to take over? I'm sorry.
Yes, I can take over. Thank you all for having us join your meeting today. As Zane was saying, we are Western Sky Community Care. We are a Medicaid managed care organization operating in the state of New Mexico. We offer health care, we provide physical, behavioral, mental health services as well as inpatient and pharmacy services to anybody that's enrolled in the New Mexico Centennial Care Program. We're here today to kind of talk about, some of the opportunities and partnerships that we're entering into with other tribes. We are really focused on local development, so we want to make sure that tribes are providing services locally versus having to send people off reservation to access just the basic services. And so what we had begun to talk about was developing a resource center on Navajo. We looked at this about 3 years ago to try to develop a resource center where families and children could come in, utilize a computer to do like homework or apply for jobs or fill out applications, have a small meeting space where we could do like community and education. We could distribute our value-added services. But really just be there to be supportive of the community. We'd also thought about putting some kind of, telemedicine room in this resource center. So really looking at bringing services locally to the communities. And so that was one of the things we were talking about. We have similar agreements in other tribes. We're working with the Pueblo of Santo Domingo right now on developing these types of services locally. We're helping them develop an emergency youth shelter for those ICWA foster care programs. And so we don't just do the Medicaid enrollment, Medicaid services. We also try to develop services locally. So I'll leave it at that, and I stand for any questions.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Lujan, thank you so much for your help in the School Safety Summit. You and Craig Sandoval, I think we really appreciate your help and contribution to help our health safety task force or our safety summit be a success. And I look forward to getting to know more about your organization. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, board members?
I have no comments.
I have no comment.
Okay. All right, well, does that conclude your presentation? Ms. Harvey?
Yes, it does. It was very informative. Just to inform you about what we're doing with Safety Net, and we're looking forward to our continued partnership with our Western Sky partners. And we'll be coming to you in the near future to let you know what our partnership has come up with, and just letting you know what it is that we're doing. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you. We'll go on to item C, IDEA B application by Rebecca Brent.
Sorry, I was not muted, or I was muted. Good evening. It's Amanda. Becky is on a well-deserved vacation, so I'm presenting tonight. So we just wanted to present to the board for consent for our application for Individual Disabilities Education Act. So what we do every year is just break it down, the allocation, which is set by the state, and it's what we consider the basic 24106. So that 24106 is the line item. So we have over a million, or a little over $1 million, almost $2 million allocation for direct instruction and extended school year. we've set aside $1,001,208 and $874.34. The instructional support will be the 255,706, and then provision of special education services is $547,180, and then the local charter, which is Dream Dene, it's automatically populated in the grants, so we don't. That's what the state tells us that we need to float is the 12,019. And that's just based on their numbers of students identified. So for the direct instruction and extended school year, which we call it ESY, and the 24106. So you might hear that often in some that talk to us often. We're always referring to the 24106, which is this grant. So the direct instruction supports salary and benefits for educational assistants, the job coaches and teachers. We have contract costs for contracted special education teachers, educational supplies, materials, and equipment, and professional development, and again, the extended school year, which we call ESY. A little bit about extended school year, just to explain it. So it's different than summer school. So extended school year is through the IEP, the Individualized Education Plan, and the team has found that the student is considerably showing recruitment during breaks. So we try to track it Thanksgiving, Christmas, and then spring break, and then make that decision in the spring. So if they've learned something and then over a break they have not retained it, then they would be considered for the extended school year program. So then we go into instructional support, and again, that will go into 24106 and the salary and benefits for special education transition counselors. Those are at the high school, and they're responsible for transition planning for students ages 14 through 22 and indicator 13 and 14. So we are responsible for compliance of indicators that are set by the federal and at the federal level. And so it's really important. They have a big job, the transition counselors. They make sure that the students in the IEP have goals that will support students outside of the school. So when they reach 22, our hope is that our students are able to live independently, find a job, or those that are not independent have the resources they need. So again, it goes to salary and benefits for special education support coordinator. The coordinator supports special education staff with case management, IEP requirements, educational duties, and on-site professional development. Educational supplies and materials again, professional development, and stipends for students with disabilities. So our hope is that we are able to work with our finance department and be able to set aside funds for students, and then they could have a job and we would be able to pay them. So then the provision of special education students, or services, is the indirect cost. And the indirect cost is a percent that again is set for the grant. And this is, it could be charged for electricity, building maintenance, things that that we wouldn't be able to pay for a grant. So the federal guidelines are that we have a percentage. It's usually 1% to 1.06% of your total grant, which is, they the state decides our amount per district, and then that indirect cost is an automatic. It's already set in our application. So part of it goes to indirect costs, salary and benefits for clerical and specialists. The specialists provide administrative support to related service providers, coordinators, and the director, and maintain student records and ensure compliance with STARS, which is our data collection and PED regulations. Salary and benefits for support services and IT The IT specialist maintains special programs, which is our IEP. That's what the special education teachers use to create the IEPs. It's part of PowerSchool. IEP platform maintains all our technology and devices used by students with special needs. So we have our IT person that is able to put the applications on the computers for our kids for like autism, or if they have occupational therapy needs and need a technical device, then he's able to set that up, and it really benefits our teachers and our students. And then funds for maintenance of vehicles is also in the provisions. So the breakdown for preschool, which is 24109, is 55,473. And then we get the direct instruction and then the provision again of the special education services for the preschool. So these are the students, the 3Y and the 4Y kids that have special needs. So again, the direct instruction and provision of the special education is the supplies and materials, professional development, indirect costs, salary and benefits for bus driver, salary and benefits for bus aid, and bus maintenance and fuel. So that really just is all that we can really do with that grant. It goes pretty quick. And I think that's it.
Any questions, board members, comments? I have a question. So with the new, I would say Department of Special Ed now? Is that the language you would use? Has that changed any of this?
Great question. No, we're still in limbo. I do know that our current director, Deborah Dominguez Clark, unfortunately resigned. She sent out an email yesterday, and we still do not know. We were told that there's still a year, and so I know there's talk about there's a movement. I don't know how it all works, but there will probably be lawsuits and going up to the feds, because from what I understand from the meetings that I've been in is that the OSTEP, which is the Office of Special Education at the federal level, has to approve the new department. So I don't remember if you remember in one of my presentations, I talked about your state has to have a flow through for the federal funds. And right now that's public education department. And so the concern from other special ed entities in the state is that there won't be any oversight through the public education department. And so how will that work when we're required to have that? So I think that's going to be interesting, and we'll all just have to wait and see. Right now, they're not giving us any information. We're just going as normal. But for as far as like what our funding, it shouldn't change anything, because like I said, it's at the Fed level. They send it to the state, and then it's allocated based on your students.
So if parents have questions, do they still contact PED, or is there separate?
From what I understand right now, they are still able to contact PED.
Okay.
There hasn't been it hasn't been established yet. So it's still through PED.
Mhm. And are you letting, through our Facebook or any other type of communication, are we letting our parents know that there's a change with special ed?
Not right now, because there isn't there hasn't been a change laid out for us, and so there's nothing really yet to report. We as soon as that information starts rolling out, we'll start getting memos from the State Department, and then we'll have a better idea of what we're doing. But right now, we're still functioning under PED as the same. We do give them information for parent advocacy and such. So there's parents reaching out. There's Native American Disabilities Law Center. So we're always providing that information. But as far as that entity that has been discussed has not been created. It's not a functioning department yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions, board members, comments?
I don't have any questions or comments. Thank you.
No questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay.
I have none.
Okay, well, does that conclude your presentation, Amanda?
Yes, ma'am. And I'll keep you updated. I'll ask to be on the agenda as soon as we start hearing things. Keep you guys updated on the changes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll go on to item D, memorandum of agreement between Central Consolidated School District and Capacity Builders by Eudora Redhouse.
Hello, good evening, Madam President, Superintendent, school board members, parents, and community members. I am Eudora Redhouse, and I am here on behalf of Capacity Builders. She'e Eudora Redhouse, Yinshia Hashkushinishle, Toheglini Bashichin, the Bethlehem Deshache, Auto Tetnazetni Deshanella. And I am here to request the review for a continuation of collaboration between Capacity Builders and CCSD, and this would be in a form of a memorandum of agreement. We recently had a memorandum of understanding with CCSD, however, that did expire as of June 30th of this year. We were recently awarded a 5-year grant through the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, which is in regards to advancing equity in adolescent health through evidence-based teen pregnancy prevention programs and services. And we are hoping to expand some of our youth programming into the middle schools and also the high schools. And currently, right now, with all of our youth programming efforts, it did catch the eye of Window Rock Unified School District out in Fort Defiance Agency in Arizona, and we do plan to expand our program out there as well. But at this time, I would like to provide some brief highlights. Over the past 3 years, we've been able to serve 731 youth within the high schools of Kirtland, Shiprock, Career Prep, and Newcomb. We've been able to strengthen our collaboration with CCSD's Intercultural and Community Outreach Department, as well as the Shiprock Youth Complex in Shiprock and Navajo Nation Probation Department, which currently serves some students within CCSD. We provide monthly free CPR trainings to parents and community members of CCSD in San Juan County, and we do give an incentive of a $75 fuel card for their attendance. We were able to successfully host a parent and youth caregiver conference back in March of this year out in Farmington, and we had over 100 attendees during those 2 days of the conference. And in regards to some youth engagement workshops, as well as parent engagement workshops, we were able to host several sewing workshops out in Newcomb, and also provide a horsemanship workshop for families out in Bloomfield and in Newcomb. But at this time, I am able to provide some answers and also some insights if you have any questions or concerns.
Any questions, board members, comments?
I have no questions or comments.
I have just a quick question.
Go ahead.
In your, I guess in your tenure that you've been with the organization, is that common for the MOA to expire before having to renew it?
Yes, so a lot of our fundings, our programs are funded by grants, federal grants, and it really varies among each grant. There are requirements of what type of documentations they require between a grantee and a partner, especially when it comes to a school district. So it varies, but we try to be transparent as possible. So currently with our former MOU that we had with CCSD, that was only during the time of the 3-year grant that we had, that it would be funding our efforts. And sustainability is always on the back of our mind, and that's something we try to pursue. However, I've been with CBI since 2017, so I've been there for a little over 6 years, and it was really challenging from the very beginning for a couple of years because we had a high turnover with the superintendent, and it seemed like every year we were starting back from square one of introducing ourselves, who we are, what we do, how can we help you, and what can we do for sustainability. I think this is the first year that we've been able to work in a steady pace with superintendent, the school board, parents, and also with youth, and we were really appreciative of their support for wanting us to pursue another grant. And so, again, I would be more than happy to talk about sustainability and put that back on our table.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, board members?
No questions. Thank you.
Still no, Gary? Okay. I have no questions. No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
So we're up to item E, budget adjustments and journal entries by Carol Gonzalez.
Good evening, President Aspis, Vice President Cassidy, Superintendent Carlson, members of the board, and audience. So let me see if I can see them from up here, in what order they're going in. I'm a little blind. So we'll start with document number 22230203M. It's a maintenance bar. It's for the operational fund, and it's moving monies between the same function. So that's what considers it a maintenance bar. And all it is doing is cleaning up the specific objects within that 1,000 function. And it pertains to year-end cleanup. So moving money from supplies and materials and supply assets into rental and computers, student travel, and instructional materials. So that takes care of bar number 203, maintenance for operational. Moving to the next one, number 196M. It is for the 12,000 fund teacherage. And it also is a maintenance bar, meaning that it's moving money within the functions. And it specifically is moving money out of additional compensation for secretarial supply assets and moving it into salaries and benefits for maintenance and secretarial. So just cleaning those up. Again, it's a year-end cleanup bar. Moving to the next one, we've got 15100 impact aid, bar number 003 transfer. This one is actually one of the new year budget transfers. So this one's starting this new fiscal calendar. And basically what they're moving is $1,500,000 from operation and maintenance of plant into other services, and it's transfer for contract services for substitutes. So that's in the new fiscal year. That would be basically starting the new year with the right funding corrected. So that's that fund. The next budget adjustment goes back to the prior fiscal year, and that is number 197 maintenance. Again, it's another cleanup bar, and it's in 21,000 food services, moving 30,000 within vehicles to other contract services. And that takes care of that bar. The next budget adjustment is 198M, and again, that's a maintenance bar for athletics. Year-end cleanup, again, fixing the object codes to ensure that everything's in the black, and it's moving money from contracts interagency into small amounts of salaries. Just adjustments to that, and that is that item. The next one is 199M, and that is an activity fund, and it's cleaning up the 57331, moving it from fixed assets into dental. So that's what's fixing that. It's a year-end cleanup as well. This next one, 24101, is another brand new fiscal year 23-24. This is actual bar number 1 transfer. And it's a transfer bar needed because PD for teachers is no longer coded to the 1,000 function, and the budget should have been built with the 2,100 function instead. So we're moving monies of $824,394 from the 1,000 function to the 2,100 support services, which is where the teachers, etc., direct instruction would now take their professional development from. And that takes care of that bar. The next one is another 23-24 budget adjustment. It is number 2, and it's a transfer bar for student support academic achievement in Title IV. It is moving funds from the 1,000 PD to the 2,100 PD, as this is, again, same issue with the new account code as required by PED this year. So they're moving $77,960 from professional development in the 1,000 function to the 2,100. Okay, that takes care of that one. The next one is back to the year that we just finished. It's 200M, and it's a maintenance bar. It's in 25147, Impact Aid Indian Education. Again, it's a year-end cleanup. And it's basically moving $3,300 from supply assets into additional compensation and employee travel teachers. And that takes care of that one. And then following that one is 201M, and it's 25147, Impact Aid Indian Education. It's another year-end cleanup. It is moving monies between the 2,200 function, and it's specifically moving money out of workers' compensation employer's fee and supplies and materials into overtime expenses, FICA and Medicare to fix some benefits, to do the final cleanup. And that takes care of that bar. And then 202 is the last maintenance bar, and it is for the 31,700 capital improvements, SB 9. Again, year-end cleanup. It is moving 4,264 out of construction services into 54315 maintenance and repair buildings and grounds. And that takes care of all the bars for this board meeting. I stand for any questions.
President Aspis, may I?
Go ahead.
Ma'am, in your reporting, you had mentioned several times cleanup. How can you elaborate on that? What is the definition of cleanup?
So that's what they wrote on the justification, but basically what it is at the end of the year, the district is getting their budget line items within the black. So instead of having one function showing with a negative that we overspent the line, they're actually moving monies from one line to another, just so that the budgets are all in alignment, so that when they get submitted at year end, there's no questions from PED regarding why, monies weren't adjusted during the year. So that's what that is. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and then I have another one. The food one that you had mentioned, food services, and that's moving money to, I think you said buses or transportation?
Let me look.
Is that correct?
Let me look. Let me see which one it was. Okay. So that one is the fourth one, it looks like. It's 197M. It is food services, and it is moving. They had money budgeted for vehicles, and they're moving it into other contract services. So probably what happened is they had money there to purchase a vehicle, it looks like. That's what that would have been, is to purchase a vehicle. But they used it instead for other contract services. I'm assuming they might have had a contract for some type of food service or something like that. But I could look into that more in detail as to what that would have been.
Okay. Mr. Carlson, it would have been nice if the schools could have gotten a salad bar in all the schools for the students and staff.
A salad bar, is that
Thank
what you
you.
said?
Yes, a salad bar.
Oh, okay. Okay. There might be, just off topic, there might be some requirements that might not be allowed just because of the COVID issues and that kind of stuff. Would maybe have to prepackage, but that's something that could be looked into possibly.
Okay, and that concludes your,
That concludes for the budget adjustments, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Madam President, I have no comment.
okay. We'll continue to item F, history, cost of bar pre-approvals for 2023-2024 by Carol Gonzalez.
So this was presented last week on Thursday by Mr. Deswood. So basically, my understanding is What we're asking for is the approval for the finance department to get a pre-approval method for bars. I know that's has you with some questions regarding that. So basically what it is it's going through the traditional method where number one, a bar is entered and then it's school board approved and then it's recorded and then it goes through our process and then it's submitted to PED for PED approval. PED approval can sometimes take up to 30 days sometimes what's also happening is because PED is so short-staffed, they might submit a grant out and say they might submit it on the second week of, let's say, the month, and say you have till the end of the month to get it bar approved through your board, etc. Sometimes, because various schools have different board dates, etc., it causes issues with getting it approved timely, etc. And so that causes some of our problems. There's also, instances where we really need to spend the monies, but by the time it gets through all the processes and then we wait for the potentially 30 days to get approval, that we're having problems. And so what this request is that we be issued a pre-approval method. And so if you scroll up just a little bit, Jared. So basically it's the same thing almost where a bar is entered, but then it goes through superintendent approval and then PED approval and OBMS update. Now, that can be shifted a little tiny bit back and forth because, again, there's a 30-day period that PED has to approve it. So we might have submitted it, but then it might be approved at the next board meeting by the time PED approves it. But basically what it is we are asking for a basic ratification of the budget adjustments after everything's been submitted. So the board would still have approval of everything, it's just in a different order. And so I know the concern is, that from my understanding is that that's, I don't know if circumventing, but you still would have that ratification. So, and then they gave previous history of this has been, you guys have been approving this in the past with previous directors. So those letters were in there. And so it says basically that in 1920, the board approved it back on April 21st of 2020, and it's presented by Mr. Archbeck. And then 2021, there was a COVID year. And then the board approved it in 21-22 in February by Donovan Yazzie. And 22-23 was approved in September and presented by Donovan Yazzie. On 23-24, it looks like the board approved it June 6th and Peter Deswood. What we're asking for is to continue that into this new year so that it keeps the consistency and the a quicker turnaround. It just simplifies for some of the process, but it also avoids the issue of having any findings in your audit. And I know that Mr. Manning had mentioned that this is a solution that the PED allows, and it's something that we're requesting. So with that, I have I stand and I have questions, or we'll accept any questions.
Any questions, board members? Yes.
In terms of this, Claire, can you clarify if we, as in previous times, has this kept us from having audit findings? If we didn't sign this and due to the time lapsing and everything, would that cause, I don't know what area, but would that cause audit findings?
It could potentially cause audit findings, whether it did or didn't in the past, I'm not sure. However, what it is doing is it's restricting your time limits for your programs to start spending. Without it, this shortens the time. I do have I brought from another district that I use, and I can hand this out to you. Maybe the issue is I noticed you guys were using a letter. I actually use a resolution where the board adopts a resolution. And do you want to look at that right now, or do you want me to, just for informational purposes, or do you want to do something different?
Let's go back to that visual of the steps. Okay. And you're saying that with Archibald's letter and then the dates that you gave, that put us
With the pre-approval.
With the pre-approval.
Yes.
And that's something that we've already been doing. And so you want another letter to do that again.
We still come back, just like we did on these.
And we
They're
did
after the fact.
have a finding concerning bars. And,
yes.
And then, so my question is, and please do not take this, other than you're new, you're still new to the district. And so I don't know who I could ask. Superintendent, have we, in doing so the years before, and I know that's been the practice, in that pre-approval method, that process right there, have we had any issues, any problems?
Not to my knowledge, I don't believe so.
And so I'd like to say, we'd like to support, because I feel like in the years that I've been on the board, in your position, that's the most important. You're, what was that I say?
She's Al Capone's bookkeeper,
Yeah.
and I'm Al Capone.
We gotta keep.
Nice to meet you.
Just don't mess up.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not pretty.
Okay.
So, so I guess now I'm understanding it a little bit better. So if I'd like to keep with the old process in doing the letter.
That's fine.
And then perhaps over time and we can come back and do something.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What would be the benefits of having a resolution instead of doing the letters?
It takes it away from just being a letter that you guys are granting. It's an actual resolution, and probably Jermaine could answer this. Resolution's more like a binding document. It's almost like a memorandum of understanding where you're basically saying, we're allowing the superintendent and the finance director to do X, Y, Z. They're going to follow these rules. It states it in like I can give you a sample real quick if you want to look at it, and then you can do whatever you need to do.
I guess I'm looking at the precedents it's going to set, in other ways we usually follow school board policy, and then having to look at a resolution. that's a whole different,
Yeah, I would think it would be similar to another caveat of a bar policy, a board policy.
and so that's.
So it's up to you guys.
Go ahead.
In terms of doing a resolution, is there any, I guess, not side effects, but negative outcomes, misuse, anything that would come from a resolution instead of the letter?
No, it's just more formalized. It's actually a formalized document that states exactly what's going to happen, and then all the board members sign it. And then it goes into your board documents, and then each year we would ask to renew the resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions, comments, board members?
Ms. President, may I?
Go ahead.
Just my recommendation, perhaps we could go with a resolution. That way it still holds accountability. And with the pre-approval process, it allows spending to happen for the students' needs. And then also it's a safety net for the school board as well. So that's just my recommendation for a resolution. Thank you.
Okay. Any other, Secretary Wells, any comments?
No, it seems to me like a resolution would be a little quicker. I don't know. Other than that, I'd just to speed up the process.
Well, the process is already in place. We're just renewing. And usually it was done by a letter.
Which is perfectly fine. Either one is fine.
That's all I have.
Okay. So Superintendent Carlson, what would you prefer?
I prefer what the board prefers. But I do have a bookkeeper who I trust, and we plucked her out of a pool of qualified folks, and she does have a history with other districts and a PED as well. So I would trust that. So I'm good with either, ma'am.
Okay. So, could you go ahead and share this with our board attorney and then see what, well, just share it and get a legal, advice from it, not from it, but from Jermaine. And feel free to put that image, that money bag image on there if you. Thank you. So, and that was item F. So we'll go on to item G, discussion on corrective action on the audit of 2022 by Carol Gonzalez.
So question, do you want me to go through all the audit findings and what corrective actions were stated one by one, or?
Just, oh, well, may I? Yes, go ahead.
I requested this. I guess, and my concern was that where we were in terms of in completing the corrective action, because there were several repeat findings, and I wanted to know Some were in terms of policy, some were in terms of internal processes, some were, there were different things, and I would like to know, I wanted to know, and I still want to know, where we were in terms of all those audit findings that we had, and are we going to be able to complete those before the new audit starts, so they aren't another repeat finding?
Okay. So to answer your question, that's a very good question. I will tell you, though, that they have worked on them, and a lot of them can be resolved. However, because you had a late audit, once you have a late audit, you're going to almost have exactly the same findings for this next year, regardless if you cleaned it up by year end or whatever. Because of materiality in New Mexico, once it's violated once, and they were here in that fiscal year auditing, so I don't know when they started, but the audit finally ended and finished in May. Because they were auditing so late in that period, it automatically becomes a finding for the new year. So this next audit report that you're going to get is going to be almost exactly the same as this one. There may be additional items, but there could potentially be some that have, cleared. And what would clear would be stuff like overstating cash balances. That's part of some of these cleanup bars and stuff like that, and readjusting and that kind of stuff. We are working on all of that to try and eliminate all of that, and so some of those might possibly go away. You definitely will not get the one about a late audit finding, because if we can get that one done and timely, and we start next week, we're actually right now going through audit. We're already pulling documents, we're submitting everything. He will be on site on Monday through Thursday probably for the initial, and then back in October. So we're already full-blown going audit right now. You should be able to eliminate the finding for obtaining an auditor in time that has to be submitted by May. I didn't go back and look at that right now, but I would have thought we would have submitted for our auditor by the deadline this year, because we already knew it was Manning. So that one should be cleared. So there's a potential like 2 to 3, maybe 4 could probably clear up. Now understand too that you also get a lot of double findings because you have a charter school. So the finding for the charter school was the same with the audit being late. So then you're going to add another one that's going to be removed. So from 24, you might go down to 19, 18, something like that. Unless, again, an audit's a random sampling. Sometimes you win the lottery, and let's say I know as a finance director that my schools make a lot of mistakes in certain areas, but we won the lottery that year. Every sample they pulled, we didn't get any pulls on that one because of the sampling. Some years, it's like almost every sample they pull is the one that has the issues. And you're like, gosh, but that's just the way it goes. It's, it's just a roll of the dice as to what random sample gets. So, to answer your question, I think the district, to be honest with you, my personal opinion, Mr. Manning is the hardest auditor in the state. I, as a director for multiple schools, if I have a school that is has problems and trouble, I ask for him specifically. I want him to take an audit. I want people to learn from him, because he really knows what's happening, how to get you to where you need to be. I think he's also so great because he teaches you. He loves to teach and make you understand the why. And a lot of times people don't understand the why. So I really do think that he's the one to go with. I think you guys are doing a great job by having him here, because for as many findings as you have, the samples were little. So unless for some reason this year the samples, he draws everything that's all of our problems, I don't see this, as being another issue. So you guys have done really well, to be honest with you. I was surprised to look at the findings. I said, wow, there's 24. And then I said, oh, these are easy. These are things that can very easily be tweaked and fixed. So that tells me your processes are in place, procedures are being handled. It's just some little minor tweaks need to be made here and there. But other than that, I think you guys are doing well.
So in terms of the corrective action, how many have been completed?
I think
Plans in place?
Oh, yeah, everything's pretty much in place. Everything's, we've been working on it. So the requirements were to have it by June 30th on all of them. So pretty much everything has been already implemented. We've, assigned names and that kind of stuff. So I really think that the district is doing what they need to do. So I'm very pleased with that. So it's good.
Timeline, when would it all be done? You said it was assigned on June 30th.
Oh, no. So when the audit ended, like back when they were talking to them, they were already making changes and stuff. So everything's pretty much who's responsible for it, who's doing whatever. Everything's already been put into place, but everything needed to have an identifier by June 30th. So those are already being handled.
So the changes have been implemented for this school year?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah,
All right,
yeah.
thank you.
And, for me, I just would like, for years and years, CCSD has had some of those reoccurring because of the location. And instead of the board recognizing and acknowledging or giving more of their powers, away, I would like to see PED finally bend and, just as Manny had stated the last meeting, that in other states it wouldn't be a finding. If, considering the amount or whatever, or even the location, but that's my opinion on the findings and how I would like to see them addressed.
So those don't actually come from PED. PED has to follow the guidelines, but it's actually statute. So unless statute is completely rewritten and changed in New Mexico, we're stuck with it. But I can tell you this, people come from out of state to work in New Mexico that do my job, and they say, oh my God, this is crazy because we have to follow so many more stringent rules. We really, really do. But what it does is it keeps, can you imagine the amount of fraud and waste that we would have if New Mexico wasn't serious about it. So I think it's actually a good thing. From an accounting standpoint, I'm all for audit findings. And the reason I am is if I want to change something or we need improvement on something, get an audit finding so that you can have it as your backing so that you could say, we have to make this change. It's not just me saying it, it's we have to make a change. So I don't look at findings as a bad thing. I really don't. And so, and especially if you're making changes, I think it's a great thing. It's showing improvement.
And I don't mind giving powers away. I mean, I always think that in doing so, we may, somebody may make the mistake, but we're going to be looked at.
No, because, so in this case, you're still ratifying everything. So regardless which order it goes in, you as a board are still coming back and saying, I agree to this and whatever. In all my years, I've been doing this for about 30 years, I have never seen a board member say, I'm not going to accept that money. I don't want to do a bar. I don't want to do a transfer. Do you know what I mean? It's just a more trying to keep everything running and regulating to keep your books in alignment. So basically it's just adjusting your budget. It would be like me budgeting every single month and then my car's engine blew up and now I can't go shopping anymore for the next whatever months, because now I got to pay for my car to be fixed or whatever. So we're just shifting budgets to fix. So, but you still have to ratify it and say that it's allowable.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, board members?
No questions, thank you.
I have no question.
Okay, we'll go on to item H.
So the vacancy listing and recruitment, Tanya Amri is going to go ahead and get on and present this one for me through, for HR.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Good evening, board members, President Aspis, administration, guests. I'm going to go over the vacancy report. I'm not sure how this was presented in the past and what information was presented in the past. So I'm going to share some numbers and then we'll go from there. Currently in the system, which both HR and finance uses, we have 158 vacant positions. Of those 158 vacant positions, 36 are in process. And what I mean by that is our office has received a recommendation, and so we're somewhere between getting the background check cleared and all of the paperwork finalized so that we can get that person officially set in a position and with a start date. So that was 36. Right now, we have 77 positions posted on Frontline on the school's website. Of those 77 positions, 6 are athletics, 22 are elementary positions, 1 is with finance, 1 is with food service, 18 are high school, 9 are maintenance, 4 middle school, 5 non-certified, 8 student support, and 3 transportation. Also, since March 1st of 2023, our office has processed 81 separations and 95 recommendations for hire. So, what questions can I answer?
Board members,
I have a question.
go ahead.
Is this typical number, 150 positions, vacant positions sounds very, it sounds like a lot despite the 36 that are in process.
Correct. And it is typical. We are in the peak of our hiring season. Some administrators have been off for the few weeks of summer that they get off. So there's a little bit of lag in hiring. Everybody's back on, in terms of principals, they're back on contract hiring. We're working through processes. I know that, one of the practices that we do, I said only 77 positions are posted and we have 158 are vacant. So there's quite a few that aren't posted, which tells me that they're in process. Maybe they're being interviewed right now. Applicants are being reviewed, whatnot. So what we typically do when a position is posted, before the administrator sets the interviews, we close it and then we go through the process. So there's quite a few right now that are somewhere in the interview stage prior to coming to our office. Guess it's a big number. We certainly don't get everybody hired and filled throughout the year. We continue to carry vacancies, but this number is pretty typical for this time of year, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
In that number there, is that including the visa people that we lost?
Yes, correct. So there were 28 that visas expired this year, and so they left. And then we had all of those posted, and so some are hired back and already these positions are filled. Some are still vacant, and we're waiting on that process. Also, we are in the process of hiring some H-1B visa folks to help replace some of the J-1 visa folks that had left. We currently have 13 visas that are in process, and I don't have my paper in front of me, but I think there was 4 or 5 that we're going to start initiating. We also have so then it would be probably 5 or 6 more slots available for visas. So for this year with these funds, we're going to hire on 10 visa folks, H-1B visas. And so that's why I'm not sure where we're at with the 4, the 5, or the 6, but we're gonna have 10 this year, I guess is what I'm trying to say. In addition to the 13 that were hired on with last year's fiscal money to help address some of these needs. Are there other questions?
So if those positions don't get filled, I mean, I'm looking right now at Newcomb, and that's a lot of, what happens then, Superintendent?
Thanks, Board President. It's a great question, and I'm not sure I'm prepared to answer that, other than that we need to provide help for that principal as much as we can to make sure that we get those positions filled, because we don't want to start, I mean, the only real answer is starting the year out with long-term subs while we continue to fill and try to open up positions to perhaps more H-1B, if the board will allow that, in any avenue we can to bring in more teachers. But we do need to help those principals who have, you know, the heavy loads. And Newcomb was hit very hard by just what you mentioned, the J1 teachers leaving.
And looking at that list, there's 10, and it seems like those are core classes. And is there any consideration? I mean, I know we contracted ESS, but what about within the district having our own? Does it prevent us from doing that?
Our own subs?
Yes.
It would, yes. They would have to go through ESS, long-term subs. And if we do place long-term subs, we want to do our best to make sure we have certified, qualified people for those positions. Through ESS, we will be paying more for long-term subs who are certified teachers. Hopefully that will help with that kind of a situation. But we certainly don't want to begin the year with that many open classrooms and long-term subs.
So, yeah, I know we have ESS as a contractor, a vendor, but can we do our own district subs?
To my knowledge, we can't, since we have that contract. I can check into that more though, to see if there's a way around that. Like especially when there's an emergency.
I'm just throwing that out there, wondering.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Maybe you'll expand on that.
So not just that, but one of the things that we're looking at is because of the restrictions with the visas, part of our problem is we're limited with the $60,000 cap because we need to see if we can go out with a RFP, but it's kind of difficult because of the way the visas work, so we're kind of doing some research on that, and then with the overseas restrictions that we need. So there's some legal type stuff that we need to work through on that. So hopefully we can jump through that barrier, so maybe we can bring more, and Tanya would know more about that. Another solution that Leandro mentioned and is something that could possibly be looked at is a lot of times teachers, can buy back their preps as a possibility to cover some of those classes, et cetera. So as long as, with the long-term subs. But once you sign a contract with those sub companies, you're stuck with it until you're out of the contract. So, it's just, that's just the way it goes, so.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would think we're the ones that.
They probably renew it. Tanya, do you deal with the ESS directly? We're having a meeting tomorrow
I
with them.
do now.
Okay.
I haven't traditionally in the past. That's been Margaret's role.
We have a meeting tomorrow.
I am not sure when the contract was last renewed, so I'll make a note and we'll find out.
Right. Now, I know most districts are going to that system, or those types of systems, just because it's so much in and out, and all the checks and everything that need to be done from the school side district. Whereas, it's a nice system to have. It's really, I would say, probably more beneficial than not beneficial to have it.
I do want to touch a little bit on what Carol had mentioned with the cap. So the purchase cap of 60,000 has been the biggest barrier in terms of us hiring H-1B visa folks. So as soon as I initiate an H-1B visa, we get a bill for $2,660. That is if we process in the regular time frame. If we want to process it faster, then that premium process cost is $5,160. We utilize Immigration Support Services. That's the company that we utilize. The biggest portion of the money paid to them is fees that are then passed through onto the government to process these visa fees. If there was some way to get those fees as not part of their 60,000 purchasing cap, or work something around it, I'm not really sure. But Carol and I have talked about it, so we'll figure out more. But that would be the biggest assistance, I think, in terms of hiring visa folks. Is just that simply that fee that is a pass through onto the government.
Any other questions, board members, comments?
No questions.
I don't have any questions either. Board Member George?
Sorry, I was trying to unmute it. No questions. Thank you.
And can we go down to the transportation, the bus driver?
Should be on the very bottom, Sharon. Yeah. So you can see 3 vacancies, one which is for the substitute drivers. So not really a position, but more just fill-in folks.
They're fill-in people?
Yeah, substitute bus drivers. So the bus drivers are not run through ESS in terms of hiring substitutes, just because, you know, the training that the bus drivers need, the requirements in terms of licensure, the CDL and other, I'm not even sure of all the requirements that are needed. And so with transportation and Cindy Theodore being the expert in that, that particular category of employee was not included in the ESS contract. So we, transportation mainly processes those substitutes for recommendation and hire. That's why that's on there.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. We'll go on to item I, discussion of MC JROTC program at Shiprock High by Stacy Gallagher, Peter Deswood, and Steve Carlson.
Good evening, President Aspis, board members, Superintendent Carlson, Assistant Superintendent Deswood, and guests and directors. So we have been working very hard since spring of 2022 to hire a new JROTC instructor. At that time is when we lost Master Guns Harris. And so during that time, we've, done a lot, and I've had to learn a lot about the JROTC program. So there are some requirements for certified instructors. They have to be a retired Marine, and they have to submit an application through the headquarters of the Marine Corps. And then a committee at that headquarters will determine if that Marine is a good fit to become a JROTC instructor. And if they're considered to be an instructor, they'll give them a 5-year certification. And then once certified, the Marine is able to apply for any Marine JROTC job openings throughout the world. Currently, there are 204 certified instructors with the Marine Corps that can apply for jobs throughout the world. So when those positions are advertised, they're advertised on the Marine website, the Marine JROTC website. We advertise through Frontline, and they're advertised through LinkedIn. Through the course of the last year and a half, we've sent 3 separate emails to each of the 204 qualified instructors, and we started that in the spring of 2022. So every now and then we'll send another email, explain to them the openings we have, and when Mr. Benally's position came open, we started sending them again. After we sent those, we had 4 candidates that asked additional questions about the area and the position. One of them interviewed, and he started the process, but then his family didn't support the move, so he backed out this last October. He had started the process in April of 2022, but then kind of kept putting us off on some dates, and then he backed out this last October. I worked closely with Sergeant Benally, and we've been trying to recruit retired officers from this area to become a part of the program. All of them decided that they wanted to pursue other work, and we hadn't been able at this point to entice any of them to go through the Marine Corps process to get certified and through the PED process to get a license. And right there with the asterisks, those show all of the people that Gunny has spoken to and that I've spoken to. There was First Sergeant Lewis, who contacted Gunny in October that he was interested, but he doesn't even retire until this next month. We kept contact with him, gave him guidance on what he needed to do through the Marine Corps and through the PED, and that he could go through ESS while he was getting that certification done. But in May, he contacted us and said he would not be able to instruct here. He was moving elsewhere. Also in May, we talked to Sergeant Whitebull, And she showed an interest. She toured the school. She looked at the area. We talked about the responsibilities of the instructor. She also talked to the regional director, who is Colonel Lieutenant Caruth. And at that time, you know, he told her what she needed to do, but she never did follow through. And we tried to follow through with her, and she's just not interested in becoming an instructor. So for recruiting purposes, a list gets sent out every time it's updated by the regional director, Colonel Lieutenant Cruz, and Gunny sent out those emails to them and text messages starting in the spring of 2022 through this year. He sent those emails because he can do it through a Marine database. Instead of trying to put 204 emails in by hand, he can go directly through the Marine database. And Lieutenant Colonel Caruth also contacted those candidates who said they had an interest in potentially working in New Mexico, which on the list of 204, there are only 5 that have shown interest in New Mexico. But sometimes we try to contact those who say maybe they're interested in Colorado or Arizona, because maybe that would be close enough that they would also consider New Mexico. Gunny also contacted several retired Marines that he served with, and none of them came, that they were interested in coming here. So now we are working on a brochure that's going to highlight our outdoor activities in the area that might help attract some candidates. Because in working with Lieutenant Caruth, he's the regional director, he said that bottom line is candidates don't want to come to remote areas. And I've asked him to please keep our position open for another month or 2 so we can continue to search. He said that the best chance to get applicants to come here is to offer substantial monetary incentives, such as guaranteed family housing, moving expenses, signing bonuses, stipends. So I told him I would look into that and see if that's something that the board and the district would be interested in doing. He also stated that since COVID, potential applicants, they want to stay near their families, their extended families, and they don't want to live in remote areas. And that's why he thinks the incentives might help get some applicants to be motivated to move to this area, away from the metropolitan areas that their families are in. He states that when I talked to him this last time, he said that many of their applicants, so those 204 that have been approved, he says that a lot of them just become approved in case something opens up in their area, that they know of some Marine JROTC programs where they live. And if those come open, then they would apply for those, because they are retired Marines, and so this is their retirement work. They've had to close down programs both in Laguna Acoma and Grants in the last year because they could not get any applicants. They were working just like we are to try to get some. And Tuba City, their colonel is going to leave at the end of this year after 3 years. And they said that they will most likely have to close that program as well because so far they've had no interest. He also told me that in order to keep a Marine JROTC program, we have to hire 2 teachers, one to replace Harris and one to replace Benali. So we're already on probation because we only had 1 this year. So I need to be looking for 2 people to come. I asked him about hiring a sub who maybe a former Marine could come in and sub the program until we could find someone, and he said that would not be allowed, that they have to be a certified instructor. And so I can't hire any subs. I did ask about the Bond Wilson because, they have the Army JROTC program, and he said that they cannot attend that program. They couldn't get credit for it because it's not a Marine program and that the Army teaches different, concepts or whatever. But he said that they couldn't get credit as a Marine JROTC student. One caveat to that is that if we had students who are really interested in still staying part of a JROTC program, especially our juniors and seniors, they could transfer schools. And then they could be a part of the Army JROTC at KCHS. However, if they are athletes, it would hurt their athletic eligibility. It would lose their varsity eligibility. So, but that would be an option if their main focus in school has been JROTC, if the program gets shut down. There is a new small group of approved instructors that's going to be released at the end of this month. So again, we'll reach out to them, we'll email, we'll text, we'll call those who are interested in New Mexico and the surrounding area to see if any of them would be interested in coming here. If we could find qualified retired officers with bachelor's degrees that live in our area that are willing to complete the certification process with the Marines and with the PED, it might take a few months, but we could hire them, and then even if they'd closed the program, they could reopen it at that time. So those are the processes we've been going through for a year and a half with one interviewee since March of 2022. Are there any questions?
Okay, I have a couple of questions. One is a comment in regards to a brochure. I didn't ask for a brochure. The brochure could be part of the marketing campaign. I asked for a marketing packet to be put together in regards to for promotional uses for the instructor.
Okay.
And the brochure could be one part of that marketing packet.
Okay.
I think we have to do our due diligence in regards to all the things that you talked about in regard things that we're offering in the district and what makes us really unique. Secondly, I think that we also had asked that there would be some outreach to the Northern Agency Veterans Office. I don't think there has been any postings in regards to what you just said, what you stated. Veteran Marines that have degrees that can be certified. I like to see that in writing, put on that I could see as in a brochure and flyer.
Okay.
I think that there's...
Can you repeat the agency again? So I can write it down?
The Northern Agency Veterans Group, right there next to the Head Start building in Shiprock. You have the building right across from Subway, or kind of cat-a-corner from Subway. There's options. I haven't seen any brochures or anything. I don't know if the marketing, where the marketing packet is. I mean, we're in dire need of an instructor, but yet I'm not hearing what the status is on any of these things that were requested last week.
I only received partially some of that information on Friday after I got back to the country. So I was out of the country last week. So we can definitely work on that. It's not something I could put together alone, a marketing packet. I will pull in my computer teacher to help with that.
Board President Aspis, if I can help answer this question. I did send an email to Tanya, and I think I CC'd Carol as well. We are in the process of getting all of that paperwork together. Tanya did mention we actually do offer a stipend for this particular position, but Stacy and Mr. Carlson actually met with Lieutenant Colonel Caruth to get some input from him as far as some of the action that was requested from Mr. Bratcher at the work session. So that stuff is being worked on and is in progress right now. Thank you.
So, from the last meeting, I asked if the chapters could be contacted. And were they contacted?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I followed up with Ms. Amrine, and actually a new vacancy list just went out today, and the chapters actually do get a copy of our vacancy listing, but to ensure that it goes out specifically to our retired veterans, that was also additionally in the email, the list of action items that was requested from the board. That was sent as well, and like I said, those items are in progress right now.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I would just also include the the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Office in Window Rock for all agencies. I think when we're casting a wide net, I was just thinking about Northern Agency, but we have other agencies too. So I think that even Central, we might be able to lure somebody from a different agency to come over here. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We'll put that on our list. Carol and I will follow up with Tanya on that. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, board members?
I don't have any more questions or comments. Thank you.
No, ma'am.
I have no comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time and your support, and we will continue to work to try to get this position filled, both of them.
I have a comment. So as I wonder who has history of when that ROTC came in and if it was the Marine Corps themselves that wanted a base in there, or was it the request of the district? I'd like to see or to perhaps get some history on that. And to me, I feel like, the information shared last week, where a number of Native American schools these programs are being cut, and yet, yes, they're all rural, they're all in places where the districts are not rich in money or resources, or as far as are not attractive enough, and yet a lot of those Native American students go to these, the Marines, the Army, and to the military, and yet, and they should know firsthand that we are not a rich district, and there's a lot of lack, and some of our students, some of our community members don't even know we lack, but this is home, and if that's the grocery list that they're gonna stand by, and so that we can get somebody to come and be instructors, a lot of our community members, a lot of our families, a lot of our students don't even have those. So to me, we need to get that message out, And I think if written, if it's written in that way, maybe we'd have a response. Yes, I'd like to stand here and say we give this type of bonus stipend or whatever and a house, but again, I go back to that a lot of our students and families don't even have that. And then a lot of them, we just, 2 months ago went through graduation, and a lot of them had stoles that showed that they were headed to the military. And and that was a number of them. So to me, I feel like the right people are not being communicated with, meaning with the Marine Corps. That's what I'm thinking. And we need to find that individual, because I really do not want this to go away. I don't know how aggressive, how Tuba City was, or Laguna, in pursuing, but the students need that from us, from superintendent, from your administrators, to really fight for this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Some very good points.
Any other questions, comments, board members? Go ahead.
Or comment. I'm in complete agreement. Saturation of the information out there is probably key. I'm sure where there are places, they have a Marine ball, they have a lot of things, organizations all around. I think we need to really do our due diligence to find all the veteran organizations and so forth, not just sending emails to far away, to new retirees, but local too. Thank you.
Okay, we're on to item 5, review consent items and items pulled from consent agenda for discussion and or approval. Motion?
I motion to accept the consent agenda.
I second.
Okay, Vice President Haskell?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Board Member George? Board Member George? She's still on.
Is she on, Sharon?
Okay. And me, yes. So we have approval of the consent agenda. And oh, okay. I was thinking of seeing double here. Okay, we're on to 7, executive session. Yes.
I motion to move into executive session.
And I need a second.
I think you need to read item A
okay.
under executive session and then make a motion.
Okay. I will read it. Item A, convene an executive session discussion of on collective bargaining regarding status of union negotiations on the collective bargaining agreement as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H5 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
Now I will motion to go into executive session.
I second.
Okay, Vice President Haskey.
Yes.
Secretary Wells.
Yes.
And okay, and I say yes. So we are in executive session.
Madam President?
Hold on, let me read B.
Okay, that's what I was just going.
Reconvening an open session stated that the board has discussed in the executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discussion on collective bargaining regarding status of union negotiations on the collective bargaining agreement as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H5 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Okay. Need a motion?
I motion to come out of executive session.
I second it.
Vice President Haskey?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Board Member George?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So we are back in session. We're item C, 7C. Need a motion and a second to approve the CBA as amended and send to the CCEA for ratification.
I motion.
I second.
Okay, we'll do a vote. VP Haskey?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Board Member George?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, and we're on item 8, possible items for next meeting. Vice President Haskey?
I would like an update on securing the firm in regards to the audit on our sped services, our special, I think that's what it was.
So update on sped audit.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
I'm thinking, if I remember, I'll mention it. Thank you.
Okay, Secretary Wells?
I don't have anything to add.
Board Member George?
Just an accountability of all the land that CCSD owns.
You mean leased?
Yes, lease. But in Kirtland, CCSD would own it, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Leased and owned.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Can we have an update on land leases when they're due also? The ones, I think the one with the new building. I don't know if we ever did anything about that, but the land lease.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what's it gonna say? I got 2 hours. Okay, I don't have anything. I was just gonna say, just remember it's August, and there'll be I think school will be starting in session, so, and I tried to put items on for today regarding, the school, upcoming school beforehand, so, I believe, I'd like to put on the maintenance, on SHS as the young lady, young student. And also the warehouse issue, how that's going with the fire system. And our sign out here for the Kirtland or the Randy J. Manning Boardroom.
I noticed that they changed the sign to the Manning Building.
Yeah. That plaque right there, when is it ready to go? Okay, so we'll go on to 9 plus and deltas. VP Harris. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I said that. Oh, Haskell. I'm sorry.
Who's Harris?
I'm sorry.
Getting new names, new sons. Oh, what an interesting day. Deltas were, not that we're trying to beat a record, but it's 10-12, so I think we're pretty productive, and we got through a lot of necessary things. So deltas, I can't think of any right now, except for being called Harris.
Said I'm sorry. Secretary Wells, plus and deltas.
Plus, we're getting out early. That's a great accomplishment. I have no deltas. I didn't get called Harris.
Now you can go outside your house. Board Member George.
Just that we're getting done early, and we went through a lot of stuff that we got worked through, and then Delta is you renaming the board members.
And what? You renaming. Okay, my plus and deltas. A big plus to our safety summit and what that has started, the talks, and then as we heard Mr. Bigman and Lynlaria Dixon Danette Empowerment want to expand on that and on that topic and cater more to the parents, and which is good. I'm glad to see that. And then as far as deltas, I don't see. Yeah, it gets late. Yeah, the things are lengthy, and subject matter is, some of those things can't be tied to 3 minutes, not even to 5 minutes. And so, as much as I want to get home and turn on and watch, Andy Griffin, but these are very important, and everything that's put on the agenda is well thought out, and so really try to just try to get as much as we can out of it, because and then I started to look at Farmington or other neighboring districts to see how they do things, but really when it comes down to it, they don't share the same subject matter as we do, and there's things that we tackle, and a lot of them don't have their revenue, our tax revenue funding threatened as we do, and so that just makes us unique, and but I remember when I took my oath, and since coming onto the board, that wasn't, it wasn't told to me it was going to be a 1 hour meeting, 2 hour meeting. What was told to me is going to be timely. There's going to be a lot, and it is. I think with my job, what it entails. I went to the safety summit half asleep. Sometimes I'm sitting here, and as we end, as others go home, I'm headed to work. So I and that's the commitment I made. So I don't. Yeah, I tonight was good, and I really think it really comes down to confidence. If the board member feels confident, and we're not to question, not to ask, this and that, and and then we leave here. I think that really is most of it too. So, and I think slowly we're getting there, and I'm really happy that we met, and we see our new finance director, our new bookie. So it's good. Thank you. So with that, we will adjourn. Yeah. Motion to adjourn.
I so move.
That was so quick. I second that.
Suzette. Board member George?
Yes.
Okay. Suzette?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
And I say yes. We are now adjourned.